Hello, it's Friday. It is time for our stream. Now, I am just kind of getting into position and sorting things out, and we have done... Oh, for goodness sake. Why do people always ask you questions? Right, people ask you questions and you're like, I'm sorry, how is that related to the conversation? I'm confused. Do not understand the question. Right, let me put my pins down. Get my things and my stuff. So how is Friday? Oh, I should probably put up my welcome message, shouldn't I? Pin. It's not in the text box. Why are you never in the text box? Pin. Why is it every time I try and write on this phone, I can't hit T or Y without completely mullering it up? Okay. So, it's pillow time. Sorting some things out. So yesterday was not my best laced day. It really was not. We spent the entire evening, frankly, screwing it up. We did make some progress in the end, but we did not make the progress we could have done, considering the time allowed. Now, I was giving it a bit of thought. Oh, for goodness sake. It took us 58 hours for the first. Well, we're already on 100 and something hours, so... a bit behind on this one somehow. Which doesn't really add up, so... really doesn't make a lot of sense. Because we've not... I mean, we've, like everything... Some days the world goes according to plan and other days it doesn't. But maybe I didn't add everything up right. Maybe I missed something. Maybe I missed a whole load of videos and actually it took longer than 58 hours. So, but at the same time, it kind of sounds about right. But then, if Twitch is saying that I've done... I think it was 122 hours of streaming. Obviously, initially we did the extra thing. That took a long time. So, okay, maybe it's not as incorrect as it could have sounded. So, rather than adding yet more bobbins to the mix, we're going to continue on in the vein of continuing on. Now, I watched a video last night because anyone who's been here before will notice that I am having... grief with some of my bobbins, and in short, my bobbins are annoying in that they are constantly, and I mean constantly, coming undone, and I am very much spending my time rejigging the whole kind of connection. And then you've got bobbins like this one where I've tidied the end, but somehow this has all gone baggy, and let's sort this one out while we're here. So what this person did is, instead of just looping it over and sticking it on the bobbin, actually normally I do it with this hand and I stick it over like this, right, which is the standard half hitch, right? She does it with the other hand, which is proving harder for me because my brain cells don't like that. But she wraps it around once and then kind of holds it down and wraps round again. And then obviously I've got to try and keep it within the kind of rosy lumpy bit at the top, which is harder than it sounds because obviously there's nowhere for the thread to go. But then this is generally, well, more solid. So let's shorten it a bit. The only problem is that once you've shortened it and you've kind of agreed that this is where it's going to be, picking the thread up is a lot harder because it doesn't go baggy. To pick up the bobbin. Oh, really, Rory? Come on. Come on. Don't just stand there like a muppet. There you go. Of course, you've now gone the other side, which was totally open and that you could have just walked up to. Are you silly? Yes. So, I did some bobbins last night. Now, it's not a quick thing to do. It really isn't. Just because you've got to try and hold everything together and double this and a bit of that, and you never get the right length. And then, like this one, trying to pick the thread up to shorten it or elongate it a little bit is, well, frankly, painful. But if we go through and we fix all of our bobbins, it should help. So, it's remembering that she twists. See, I would normally do it this way round, and so the fact that she does it from the other side really has thrown my brain for a little bit of a loop on that one. Oh, it came out almost okay. So yeah, it's the second loop, and it seems such an innocuous little bit of it, but it is distinctly more hard than it sounds like it should be. Because of course, as I said, part of the biggest problem with these bobbins is there is nothing for it to grip on, really, in the rows. So while the second loop does help in that sense. Oh, fucking hell. What? They both shot out into the garden like their life depended on it because she saw something. And they're now standing out in the garden kind of going, why are we here? Because you ran out in the garden. So, she twists it like that and she brings the thing on. The hardest part, as I said, is keeping this knot while you're fanning about with it, because you don't twist it and put it on top, because that would be easier, of course. That would be far easier, in fact. But like this one, we can hopefully fix the saggy factor in this one. And if we can get it to stay in the rose bit, that would be good, because then it wouldn't be interfering with itself later. It's just not sitting in my brain as easy as it could have done. And it takes so much longer. I know it's going to sound pathetic, but it seems to take so much longer to do. I know in part because I'm not used to doing it, but because you don't just twist and stick it through the hole, you've got to faff with it. It does take longer, and it's like I said about the pinning. With the pinning of the stitches, if you didn't have to pin every stitch, lace making would go so much quicker. But I had a fun conversation with a co-worker earlier who was like, hey, can I commission you to do a net curtain? Maybe. And then he sent me a picture of his window. Remember I said how effectively all windows here in the UK are like made of panels, and they're kind of a fairly universal size, right? I mean, there is a bit of difference, but you know, they're fairly universal. We don't tend to have large square ones, for example. We tend to have really kind of rectangular ones that are about, well, the window portion of it, not including the wooden frame, is usually around the 43 centimetres by 97 range, right? So they're kind of like two squares with a little bit gap in the middle, which is why it's 43 by 97. And yeah, so if one window is that, here in the UK, I mean, as I said, the window in here is a 3x3 panel. Well, his is six window panes. And I went, yeah, we could do that. However, you will either have to collect it from the afterlife, or you need to win the European lottery and pay me like £400 a day as a skilled worker, and I can retire to make you one net curtain for your front room, and then I will likely die. So, because you know, if effectively we're talking 1,000 hours per window, you know, that's 250 days of 24 hours a day. So that's 3 years at 8 hours a day without weekends off. And he was kind of like, yeah. And I said, so that's probably nearer 4 with the, I am sick of the sight of this. And at £400 a day though, yeah, okay. I'd do that. I would probably actually do that. I would actually consider that maybe a possibility. I'm not so sure his bank account would, because I don't think he can afford that, but if we did have a good laugh. And this is exactly why I didn't do this. Oh, Rory, you got off because she thought she saw something in the garden. Do not be doing that again, okay? And you've just gone around the other side again, to the point where you already had perfect access without climbing up the hard way. Why is it then that you did not do that? I hate. She made this look so easy because she does this and she has it on her finger like this, right? She had it on her finger, and she places this round her bobbin, and then kind of does this, and it all works out. Well, of course, when I do it, it doesn't work out quite so well. So I know a lot of it is because she's far more practiced at it, and clearly that is a distinct thing. And who the fuck keeps pinging my phone? Jesus. Work, dude. As he's worked out, he thinks we're going to be redundant in a bit. Okay, great. Right, done you two. However, you need to go back round the pin, and we will do this one. Twist round the thing. Put a finger on. Twist round the thing. Again, then we can let go and try and keep it all in the rosy bit, and then we try and make it the right size. It's definitely not quicker, but if it means they don't constantly come undone, it might be a price worth paying, right? So today we're going to find out, because you need to be back around the pin, I think, even though I can't really see the pin. There you go. Now I'm going to take that pin out. I can't see who's where, because you are from over there. You two are there. Why are you on your own? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see, this doesn't look right. Something doesn't feel quite right here. Isn't this what we do nearly every time I start this? I look at what I did yesterday and go, why doesn't that feel right? So, one, 2, you seem to have a loop around something I don't think should have a loop. And in fact, but you are the worker pair. So something somewhere is wrong. You are the worker pair, but something is not right. Is it because, no, you come off that, so that's fine. Neither of these workers look like they come off the work. It doesn't look like either of them are frigging where they should be. I see why. It's because you are round the pin like that. That's why that looks funny. And why there looked to be a loop. So, you then come in and go over that and under that. And there should be a pin, which there was. But now everybody's in the right place. So, we have newly done bobbins, and we have sort of did that out. That's a good thing. What a load of grief that was. Right, I swear we do this every time. I look back and something doesn't make sense anymore. Hence, obviously, the drawing out of the zigzag, because we know that. Is it me, or is this really getting closer and closer? I swear this is so much closer than it used to be. Because at one point, I suppose it is, it's this distance front to back seems really, really short. The side to side distance kind of makes sense, but it just, because if you think the square's here and the square is, she says finding it, there to there, it is so much more this way when really you actually kind of want it that way. But of course the screen's the other way and you don't really want to be sitting at 90 degrees to it. Or, I mean, I could turn the camera 90 degrees, but you know, I know it doesn't really make a lot of difference, but from this perspective, you know, from the view you've currently got, you've got kind of a similar view to I do, right? And so it's more like you are making it with me rather than you're sitting next to me while I make it, if you see what I mean. So it's a bit more, to me it makes far more sense that you would have this view or want this view, and you just came undone, you asshole. So clearly this knot is not worth it, or at least, or I did screwed it up on this one somehow, because that didn't hold at all. Oh, and you've kind of right. Fuck this knot. Sorry, but I'm, for all the effort that knot's to put on here, and it hasn't held any better whatsoever, in the slightest. Piss off with it then. Right. You come out at the corner. You come in at the corner. You're already twisted. I mean, it does seem, it looks like it should hold more, but it's going to keep coming undone. I have just not got the willpower to spend that much time putting it on. Ah, really? I don't even know if I'm still live now. It's told me my internet might have gone down, but it also says no frames dropped, but it also said reconnecting. Confused. I'm going to keep going, assuming it says connecting to chat. So, I don't know if you're there or not. I don't know if I'm there or not. Why is nothing simple? Okay. Oh, reconnection successful. Great. But connection to chat hasn't happened. Am I still there? Finally, connected to chat. And now my internet thinks it's back up. Seriously, people? I apologise if I went offline. I assume I'm still online? How do I know? I suppose the answer is I check on my phone, don't I? Hang on. Let's go to Twitch. It says I'm live. Yep. Apparently I'm definitely live, so that's a good thing. Right. I know, you would think that there shouldn't be any doubt that we would be able to know, but my internet farted, so much like everything else at the moment. I had so much problem with my network yesterday. Ages ago, before I started streaming, I was using Wi-Fi, as many of us do. But I had real problems playing games, and it was only apparent in some games. But according to a lot of games, and as it turned out, it was right, almost like 1 in 5 packets would drop. And it was kind of like, depending on the game, it was more or less affected by the occasional packet lot. But if you got, like, maybe it wasn't 1 in 5, but it felt like it. But if you got a bit more than that, well, obviously, that really does cause problems. You know, it did cause problems. And, you know, if it lost 3 or 4, well, chances are is it didn't recover very quickly. And you died, or you got disconnected from the game, or whatever it was. And so, it became really annoying, because there were certain games that I wanted to play, and I couldn't. 2, 3, 4, right. And so, I bought a hardwire through your electrics. They're called power links. Network kit. And I bought some, and they were, and it seemed to work really, really, really well. Until suddenly it didn't. But the speed was somewhat lacking. I mean, it wasn't poor, but it was lacking. So I bought faster ones, because there was a new one out, and it was, you know, oh, we do up to 2.5 gig. Well, my internet's not that fast, so. But it did then mean I got full speed internet. Until yesterday morning. Now, the entire home network has decided it's less than 10 meg. It's got a 1 gig connection, so it's synced at a gig, but everything around my house is a 10 meg connection. Why? And I can't change it. I can't force it, even though all of the links say we are connected up to 1 gig of speed. The actual transfer speed is 10 meg. So I'm back on Wi-Fi, and suddenly the Wi-Fi is miraculously good. The blip that we just had was full-on internet fart, not Wi-Fi fart. Which of course are out of my control, and very annoying. But it just seems that whatever I do doesn't work for any period of time. Something comes along, and it works for a bit, and then it suddenly doesn't. And then something else will work for a bit, and suddenly doesn't. Now, I work in IT. I am not a stupid person. There have been no updates to my machine, yet suddenly it's different. Also, why? What changed? I know that the router hasn't changed. I know that the other PC hasn't changed. So there's no reason why. So even if it was just this PC, but it's not just this PC. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm going to. After yesterday and the rest of this week, I'm not in the mood for you being annoying, little one. Just sit the fuck down. Sit. Good. Now behave. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know quite what to do because, well, Wi-Fi works. That's great. But what if when Wi-Fi stops working next time? Well, the wired one's not working either. You know, then what will I do? You know, I'm not... There isn't really scope to be running proper cables throughout the entire house. So that's not really an option. And it's already bad enough that the phone socket has no electricity point next to it. I've got to run cables over the light in the hallway to get to the wall socket on the other side of the hall. Amy! Amy! Enough, little one! You nearly spilt the drink as well then. Will you just quit it? So you bang it again on the way down? What is wrong with you? There is an entire house for you to exist in. Why have you always got to bang the one thing that I need you not to? Now, don't give me that look. Do not give me that look of, but I'm cute and you love me. That is not an answer. Not always. No. Gunk face. I haven't given you the biscuits. That's what all this shit is about. Sit down on the floor. Biscuit for you. Biscuit for you. I got a biscuit in the kitchen for them and I didn't give them to them. That's what all this shit is about. Right. Oh, to have the hard life of a dog. And to get pissy because owner got us a biscuit out the cupboard and didn't give us it yet. Oh, how rude of me. I got a biscuit. Where's my biscuit? When are you going to go and get me a biscuit? Hmm? Re-knock these two. So yes, I don't know quite what to do about the network because there is only so much well, anyway, as I was saying, the cable has to run over the light because it's the other side of the hole. And, you know, that's a dumb design if ever there was one, especially as this house made in 2007, so it's not even like, oh, they weren't made when, you know, it wasn't like that when the house was made. No, broadband was a thing in 2007, ADSL was a thing, everything was a thing, computers were a thing, so, you know, I'm sorry, but there is just no excuse for not having a power socket near the phone socket so that you can get a freaking internet connection out of it. So the router's kind of connected by a nail to the stairs, so that it's, you know, on the right. Because of course, one option would have been to run a really long phone cable over the top of the light and then have everything on the wall, the other side of the hall. But then you'd bang into it because it's opposite the toilet. So you want it kind of under the stairs, but you can't have it under the stairs because there's no power under the stairs. And to be fair, there are phone sockets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Throughout the house. It is cabled. But there's something wrong with the wiring of the phone sockets in the house that meant I got crappy speed out of the ADSL, so I had to kind of take those off, and it's plugged in direct into the socket behind the panel to get the decent speed out of it. It just, everything seems to be against me in terms of networking in this house. Rory, sit down. You sit down. Ads coming very shortly. Come on, sit down. Oh, shut up, Amy. Please. saggy and horrible. Let me rewind this one a bit, because all of the threads are all puffy and saggy and twisty and annoying, and basically it's the whole frigging bobbin, even though of course they were tight when I did them. If you're coming back up, just get on with it, will you? Please, thank you. I know I sound really kind of ungrateful to my dogs sometimes, but that's because they're being super annoying for the sake of it. It's not like they need to be doing any of this. In fact, this is so shit, I need to... drops it. Come back. I'm going to move over, and the dogs will all get excited because I've moved. But I'm going to stick it back in my bobbin winder and do most of it in my bobbin winder. Actually, this one's the wrong way round. Will you just piss off? Enough with it. I do love my dogs very much, but when I've already got other things taxing my brains, the last thing I need is dog help. It's got a knot in it. Of course it's got a knot in it. It's thread. Of course it's got a knot. How does thread not have knots in it? Suddenly getting knots in it. Okay, let's do the next bit by hand because I need to do it closer to the cushion. Amy, will you settle down, please? Why are you all tangling? How did you tangle? Afternoon, naughty cow, afternoon. Sorry if I'm in a mood. But I'm sure you understand that there are just times when, frankly, if you could tase your dogs for half an hour's peace, yeah, you'd have done it, you know. You love them dearly, you wish them no harm, you defend them to the ends of the earth, but right now, you taser them. And that's where I'm at, because she is being annoying. Problem is when she does the, oh my god, a leaf moved 20 miles away, he reacts because he thinks there's something important. So it becomes pandemonium because of the sake of an ant fart in Nova Scotia, and he insists on coming up through the non-existent hole on the couch, not through the kind of 2 seats that are open to the world, even though he ends up sitting on the left in the open seat, please understand. So, you know, and it's that kind of, so you're going to headbutt my computer table 3 times, getting on and off and on again, and then you're going to come round the thing and bang my lace cushion, and then you, just please, sit still, get asleep, snore, because that's what you really do best, you do that very well, have a snooze, you know, do what dogs do and just have a snooze, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I haven't got too many. That's a good thing. And that's wrong. Do, do, do. You are over. So you now go over, under, over. There you go. I just... And even though I quite happily publish to and have told my friends I stream at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday, everyone starts pinging my phone kind of almost the instant I hit go. It's like they've got a sixth sense for it. And obviously I'm a bit stressed, so to the point of I'm not in the mood for it. I just bugger off, all of you. Yeah, it's like the neighbour. Oh, how's it going? I don't care right now. Oh, how did you do your... I don't care. Just all of you, leave it alone. Unless you're all dying of something, go away. There better be death in this, because if there isn't, there soon will be. And it'll be yours. No, I'm not that. I'm not actually a violent person, but at the same time, there are times when I can consider it. I've considered it an option, you know. And this knot is... I'm just not convinced by it. I am just not convinced by it. It is... I just didn't do it on that one for a minute. I'm sorting this bobbin out because this bobbin's got weird it is. And there we go. So I've done that. Let's wind this back up. And of course you've got to twist the bobbin, not wind the thread. Twisty, twisty. Put that in there. Hold that still. Try and wrap that round again. No, missed. The problem is when you miss, it undoes the first one as well. And that really is annoying. It's a bit long, but it's better than a kick in the face. Let's do this one. To the top so that the knot sits there. Right. They're a bit long, but getting hold of it's really hard. And that one's come off already. Look, come off already from the top. Go back on. Just not. Short, of course. You're still a bit long, so I need to stop you coming off. I still think the elastic bands would be quicker. Right. Pin. Oh, goodness me. It's So how's Nauticelt this week? What have you been up to? Assuming you're still there, of course. That sounds ideal, actually. Sleeping is a really good plan. Especially for this time of year. Don't. I was up chatting with Octi something. As you know, I'm not very good with names. But Octi thing was here yesterday, and we ended up having a great conversation about education and how, you know, what would encourage children to actually be interested in education, because for the most part, you know, let's truly be honest, most children are not naturally interested in going to school. They're not naturally interested in any of the classes that they take, and quite a lot of the time the classes are pretty irrelevant to life, so it is learning it for the sake of learning it, and a lot of kids just really don't care. What would make them care? And we had a good conversation for that, but it didn't finish till late. But it also meant that I didn't finish uploading the video till 2 o'clock in the morning, and I start work at 7 o'clock in the morning. So I was, you know, slightly less. Oh, let's not do it nearer to me. Sorry, guys, but I can't see where the cross is on the half hitch, and wrap it round twice and have it on camera because it's kind of at arm's length. It's just, and keeping it so that it's actually where it needs to be to make the knot actually work, it's just proving a little bit too much for me today, because my stress levels apparently are higher than I'm giving them credit for, hence so many mistakes yesterday, and clearly the lack of patience of the day, and so it's just not a good thing right now. I am very much struggling with a lot of things, but I also don't think I'm struggling with them. I thought they were all in hand kind of thing, and it was just mild irritation and slightly annoyed, but then when I make loads of mistakes like I did yesterday, I know I'm screwing up. However, on the good front, I've done a bit more of my cross stitch, look. Let me zoom in on that for you. Wrong way. I always get these round the wrong way. So, I am getting there. Now obviously I'm doing the kind of lilac-y thing, and it does kind of show on camera. I mean, it doesn't show that well. I mean, look how small this bloody thing is. Tiny stitches. This was not the first cross stitch any human being should do. I really should have stuck with doing poo. Now, the odd shaped bits here are to wrap round, for want of a better word, other colours. But this swirly bit here of what looks like missed stitches, because it is missed stitches, doesn't get anything. And, well, considering that the whole width of this is 8 centimetres, I just feel it needs filling in. I have this real want to fill it in. I don't know whether to fill it in with white. I don't know whether to fill it in with black or silver or what. But it needs filling in because it kind of gets lost. What you can't really see is that this bit here is actually, it comes down, rolls round and scrolls round like that. But because they're like 1 millimetre little tiny stitches, it doesn't really show up. And so all this detail of having to miss that stitch and, you know, up one, across one, down one, feels very wasted at this moment. So while there are quite a lot of missed stitches in the pattern, there's a lot more openness towards the middle. I say a lot, comparatively speaking. I do really feel this burning need to fill it in with something. And I've got the world's thinnest, and I mean thinnest thread. This stuff is like human hair. But I did wonder if I filled it in with little tiny silver stitches, because there is some, if I show you the colour chart thing again, there is a metallic gold thread here that you use at this thickness in certain positions. And some of it is used to make little squares on it that look, frankly, a little pointless. And some of it is for going around the edge, some of it is... But the colour scheme so far, I mean, it does have some greens in it, obviously. If we go back to the colour chart, it says, bring it back in. We've got the 2 greens, which are warmer colours. And while this pink and purple are warmer colours, when you put them with quite such a sea of this grey, lilac-y mess, frankly, it makes it kind of a cool colour thing. So I think silver would work quite nicely as a fill-in for that. It's obviously not progressing at the speed of light. Although, in fairness to it, if I close my thing, I did. Yeah. I have now done. Ask me every time, oh, you seem to have dark mode. Do you want to do that? Yes, just open the flipping thing. I don't actually care. There is no don't ask me again kind of section, which is a bit annoying. So if I do the report, I have done. I have to add them up manually. 398 stitches now. That's quite a lot when you consider how small they are. I've done... It reckons I've actually done 20%. Really? Well, considering I've not even done a quarter and I've got to do... Well, that would give me 80 and you're telling me there's only like... The middle is not that open. It doesn't quite feel entirely accurate, but I have dotted every stitch in on the picture. Basically, from kind of here on, a lot of this is... let me show you the picture. Hang on. I need to unzoom that a lot. Hang on. Dunk. Oh, that's not even the whole thing. Hang on. There you go. That'll do. If I come back to here, and I go to here, there you go. It's not going to be a great picture of it, but this is the picture, and as you can see from the middle, there is a lot of kind of white, which is the undone stitches, but there's not that much undone stitches, so it's a little hard to believe that the grey bit that I've done, which has the green dots on it, by the way, is 20%. Because I would expect to have had to have done, if I go back to the lace pillow picture, right? I would have expected to have had to have done much more of this section for it to be nearer 20%. Or at least even got up to the halfway mark on the side. This does not feel like 20% of anything, so yeah. That's a bit strange, frankly. But... It gives me something else to do while I'm uploading but last night, of course, it was 2 o'clock in the morning and I wasn't doing anything but sitting there whining about it getting cold and the fact that it hadn't finished yet. I probably could have waited till today. I know I could have probably waited till today, but I like to do it kind of on the day so that I don't forget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because obviously, it's like everything. If you put it off till tomorrow, what you could do today, well, then I'd have today's to do and yesterday's to do, and well, that's not always a plan. And I've missed a hole. I missed a hole back here, for the love of freaking God. Is it going to be another one of these days? Is it going to be another one of these days where all I do is screw up? Not. Yeah, but there are definite days when you're like everything you touch just works. And then there are days like today where you look at it and it might as well just tie itself in a knot because it'll be quicker. It's just, you're going to screw it up that much. It'd be quicker if it just tied itself in a knot and got it over with. I just really don't need this kind of crap right now. So, let's work our way back. Dog, you smell. What have you been doing? You stinky, stinky thing. And why is it, even though I know exactly how I twist all my bobbins, because, well, I do as I'm told, I never seem to be able to untwist the end ones without ending up in a big frigging knot of them somehow. And it never seems to untwist right. Of course, now I'm getting hot, just to really... I am probably menopausal. If not, I'm perimenopausal. But I've had menopause once before, so it's a little bit dubious as to what I get to go through again. Because after chemo, I went through full menopause symptoms, and they kind of went, "Oh yes, you're going through the menopause." And I kind of went, "What?" And they went, "But it's kind of a fake one." Okay, I'll take your word on that, but oh, you'll get to do it again. What? I have to go through this shit again? So I really don't know quite what's going on in the old kind of hormone department. But all I do know is that everything seems to be connected to my brain cell. The more I think, the more I need to pee. The more I think, the more I itch, but then I've always been like that. And I don't understand it, but I've always been like that. And now, the harder I concentrate on something, the hotter I get. And it just kind of... Because I am naturally the world's most coldest person. Sorry, the dog was rocking something up. I need to check what she was rocking up. Because I am naturally, you know, constantly cold, fuck off with the rolling. I'm trying to work out why you lot never just undo. I'm clearly in a bad mood today. But I'm not. I don't feel like I'm in a bad mood. I just haven't got patience for bullshittery of stupid inanimate objects and dogs. And my knee's going to sleep. Oh. Can I persuade this pin to move over one? Now I have relinquished much of its friends. That's my stabbing tool of yankiness. Because then if I press all these pins down to make sure they're all nice and solid, I should be able to find the hole and stretch this slightly. Here's one thread. Yes. And therefore place this in the right hole there. I missed another one. No, that's good. This then gets to go back into this pin. This is the problem, because I can't really see these pins, and I literally mean I cannot see them. They're so small, they're grey, which means the moment I do that, they disappear. Because the shadow of my hand, they're the same shade. And so as I'm trying to put the pin in, my own hand blocks them from the light. I now can't see them. Plus, of course, I'm trying to find the smallest, tiniest black dot in the shade, while all together holding up some threads and hoping that they stay out of the way. So it is not an easy task, but something is not right here either, unless you are this side of the pin. Hang on. I can't tell. I cannot tell what is what side of a pin, and I don't know why. I just really can't tell. And once again, these are all in a freaking knot, and I literally only just did it, and I know I did it right. How do I do this? How do I make such a mess? I just can't tell which way round the threads are twisted. I just don't know. It seems to be beyond my skill of vision to see. Now, normally it comes out from under a pin, so you surely come out this side of the pin. But you don't. You don't seem to. You come out from before the pin. Well, where do you come from? You see, you come out from after that pin. So I'm fairly confident you're all right. It's why this doesn't seem to. I mean, I don't. It's probably because I've taken the pin out and put it back in, actually, and it's now the other side of the pins. The threads are the other side of the pin, but it's actually right. I just need to try and extract these threads to come. I need a crochet hook. I need a life. I need some patience. And I need it to not keep going wrong. And of course, because you've got under ovary, I can't just grab you. I need one of you, perhaps. It's like doing surgery on clockwork. I need one of you now. There. You now have the right side of the pin, so I won't panic when I come back to you later. You are part of this one, so you do this. Pin. Somewhere in the hole there. Get rid of you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Let me put the pin back. And the threads get wrapped around all the other pins because, oh my god, there's a pin. Ditch a pair, and again a pair, that doesn't feel right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For some reason that didn't. It's because I was thinking about it the other way around. Dear me, why couldn't it be easy? Why couldn't it just be so much easier? Oh, toe, 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 toe. Right. My toe is still trying to kill me. It's still not healed up yet. It's not bad. I mean, it's getting better. It's definitely getting better, but it's still not good. Never mind. Gain a pair. Redid the knots on these two. See, I need it so much longer to get everything where I want it to be, so I can then wrap this round and get it to hold. And then of course it's 5 miles too long. So then I have to wind it back up again. It's not ideal. And my face is all dry and horrible. who's sitting behind me. My table's at a funny angle. I need to go back there so the dog doesn't eat it. So. It's definitely too hot in here now. And it's only going to be 18.5 degrees in here and all. Somehow it's too hot. Eighteen and a half degrees. There's no way that's too hot. Because it's funny, last year my temperature gauge had to be set to 22 before I was warm. So 18 and a half should not be too hot. Oh, I've got an itchy ear. This is why we need to do something with these bobbins. It's really hard to do anything with a bobbin that's made this much mess. It'd be nice if it was Saturday, sort of. Except that would mean I just worked on a Saturday morning, but I know what you mean. There are definitely days this week where I've been kind of one day out, and it's kind of even more bizarre to explain that I've started off kind of like, you know, I know, this morning thinking it was Saturday, but by now I'd be thinking it was Thursday. It's kind of like, whichever day I think it is I'm still wrong, you know. And this is all tangled, so we need to sort this bobbin out a lot, because it's now trying to go through itself to undo itself. So this is going to be another one of the bobbins that I basically have to completely rewind, and there seems to be a lot on this bobbin. I've obviously got a bit overkill on this bobbin. Of threads in my lap. Yeah, it's definitely Friday though. I've checked. How are my co-workers doing? He set some. We were doing some yesterday, and there were a few problems with getting going. Various details weren't quite as expected and all the rest of it. And so we finally got going at kind of like 3 o'clock yesterday. And it didn't work properly. And so we gave up for the evening. And this morning it's been fixed, that's fine. So we got going. He got all of the scripts that... Well, I originally wrote one of the scripts. And it was designed from a certain starting point because that was the template he made. I made a script that takes his template and does all the fancy things we need to do to it. He was supposed to make a base template that had no settings, no nothing in it, and we were supposed to make scripts so that you could just plonk scripts on it and it would fancy it all up. Do all the settings we wanted, install all the things that we wanted. But that's not what he did. And so the script that we made didn't have a number of things because, well, they were already done. And now we're coming to build some other servers, and we can't use his template, so the things aren't done. But he's forgotten the things that he put into the template, which was one of my original points, was he did not document the template. And I love him to pieces, mostly. But in times like this, it's like, well, if you were sick, mate, how would I know that I am building exactly the same thing you would have done if it's not written down anywhere? Or that we have to give it to someone else who's never done it, and they will have no idea. And he's like, oh yeah. And so when he hit go, it did some of the things but not all of the things because certain bits were missing. And so now he's got to rebuild the server all from start again because, well, it didn't work. And it was kind of like, oh, we've got... And I went, there is no we. It's 12 o'clock. I go home now. I said, you get to rebuild it this afternoon. So he's spending this afternoon getting his script working. Well, the script working. Because he's changed it a lot. And getting the script working. And then on Monday we will build the rest of them. Right. We have done the knots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pointy end down, Kimber, you idiot. Can't stick the fat end in. Reminds me, if Octo Thingy comes by, I have a question for Octo Thingy. Deep breath and sigh. You sound like my ex-husband. He has a bit of a paranoia over his parking space, but it's not his parking space, it's just a parking space in the communal car park where he lives. But if anyone else parks in it, he gets really upset about that. He almost gets violent about that. To the point, someone's been slashing his tyres. So, probably because he's had yelled at them for parking in his spot when there are like 20 other spots you could park in. So, you do that, Nautical. I'll still be here, swearing away gently. Can you just not? Why is it the last one went on just fine and you're being annoying? Oh God. Well, you see, that's not so bad because I'm guessing you either mortgage or at least own your house. My ex-husband rents, so it's not his house, it's not his spot. He was... yeah. So he rents, and okay, he wasn't last in necessarily, but he definitely wasn't first in. And there is no named spots. It is literally, here are 20 parking spots for residents of this area. But he is exceptionally possessive for the one spot right behind his back gate. Now, don't get me wrong, it is the ideal spot to park in for if you live there. No disputes to that. But as they're not named designated spots, it's not your spot. You could walk the 2 yards, you know. Yeah. And it is difficult, so I'm not going to pretend that he's right, but I do have sympathy, because, you know, here I am losing my shit over, you know, a few bobbins and stuff, so I do understand that the small things do break the camel's back, but at the same time, you know, if you have to park this next spot over, the whole, like, metre and maybe 20 centimetres that you have to walk further, you could live. You know, it's not like it's the only disabled spot and someone takes it kind of thing. I listen to a lot of stories about people and how he's a bit like me, he doesn't go out a lot, but a lot of it is because he doesn't want to lose his parking spot. It's not for any other reason than he doesn't want to lose his parking spot. 1, 2, 3. I don't have to fight for spots. I've got 2 on my driveway and I've only got 1 car that doesn't work. So it's not going anywhere. So I let my neighbours park in it if they need to. Because I've got spare. Right, we have now done the cloth stitch bit. Hooray. And with any luck, I didn't screw any more of it up than I already had. Feels a bit tight. The worst thing in the world. I have to add some more. Yeah. I mean, at least he isn't driving it. I knew a lady who knowingly had an untaxed, unpaid for, no insurance, and was driving it to work every day. She was earning good money. There was no excuse for it. And she got done. And it was kind of like, yeah. Oh, but it's my car. They're going to take it away. Well, you should have paid for it then. When you earn like 40 grand a year, love, you could have afforded to pay for your car. Yeah, you really, really could. I mean, we all have priorities for our money, admittedly, and we're not always sharing the same priorities, but at the same time, if you need your car to get to your job, you need to pay for your car to get to your job. Because you need it. It's like the ones who get let off speeding fines because they need it to do their job. Well then surely you should have not been driving at 100 miles an hour and be in chance of losing your licence. You should have been paying more careful attention to the road. And especially as he's not using it, he could have parked it 12 inches further away and it wouldn't have killed him, or even let you move it so it's 12 inches further away. You know, I know what you mean. I definitely understand what you mean. It's the, you don't want to be a pain, you're not trying to be awkward, but at the same time, if you're not moving it and using it, you know, it's not like you need easy access to it. It's not like you've got a disabled child who needs extra room to get in it or any of that kind of crap. It's just in the way, dude. It's just in the way. Try and sort some of these bobbins Fair enough. Enjoy your lurk. Trying to work out what I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I thought I had an odd number of bobbins from it. I think something's a bit fruity here. Is that you are not the bobbin. You aren't the bobbin. Right. Pair. 3, 2, you're not. That. Right. I think I've worked out what some of the problem with the heat is. It's this light. I swear you could cook things on this. Right. Yo! Hello! How are you? Welcome to the channel. I'm just sorting my bobbins out. I'm changing the knots that hold my bobbin because frankly, I have not got the patience for this. Before you ask, I have not got the patience for any of this. I am frankly the quite irritable person because I seem to spend my entire time fixing the knots on many of the bobbins, and so I'm currently going around changing the bobbin knots over to use a slightly different knot, which is really annoying to put on the bobbin, but it does seem mostly to be staying on there once you actually get it on there. Getting on there is frankly a bit of an ordeal, and as you can see I'm making a bit of a hash of this one. The idea is that it is kind of a half hitch knot with an extra bit, but it's because there's no place for the knot to kind of catch. So when I finish this, hang on, the knot needs to be level with the gap round the top, and because there's nowhere for it to kind of slot in while you're trying to put the knot on the bobbin, it just gets in the way and slides all over the place, falls off. It just makes life complicated, and part of the reason I need to do this is because the little ditch where I'm trying to put the thread is not very deep, and so it just flakes off at every opportunity. So this hopefully will hold it on there a bit more. Hope is the only word for it, because clearly not always, because you know, but it also makes it a bit harder to adjust, which is not ideal, but again it can be lived with. And if that's the price of not having to stop, and because the problem is I'd adjust the bobbins so that I could, you know, work with them properly, and like this one, I've already done this one, but you can see it's falling off. It's fallen off the top, and now there's only one bit around the top, and so that's got to come off and be done again. And this is kind of the problem I'm having, is that because it falls off this top bit, and I need it, but I also need them to be similar lengths so that when you flick them around a bit, you're not kind of trying to work with bobbins and then a bit of thread of the next one. You want them to kind of at least be bobbin to bobbin. You have to have them reasonably similar, and that's just proving to be difficult. So, and as I'm not used to this new knot, it's you know, I'm not very accurate. Sometimes it seems to work first time, and sometimes it just friggin' doesn't. And see, there it went quite well, and was even roughly the right length. But it seems to work better when I can have it a bit closer to me, because at the moment it's almost at arm's length, which doesn't help. So I'm just converting these knots. Done a fair few. We're over halfway, well I won't say halfway through, but I'd say we're close to halfway, you know, halfway done, and we'll only do them as we need them for the ones that haven't been done yet. So, you know, we're not going to just sit here and retie knots all day, because life is well too short for that. So you are there. I shall put you in, twist you in, and now I need two. You are the first bear, so I need two. Do. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Someone's out the back trying to bark, which will set my dogs off. I suppose they haven't already gone. Oh, there's someone barking out in the garden, mummy. Oh, terrible. Yeah, why not? Let them bark. It's really not that exciting. Okay, so snug you up. Pin in. You twisting good bark out back. I'm really surprised. My dog's been twitchy all day, so I'm really surprised my dogs aren't out there shouting back. Especially her. It's very unlikely. I didn't change the knots. Oh my god. Ow! Pin. Very good way to find pins. Put your finger in the pot and grab the one that stabs you. Seems to be working for me at the moment. More holes in my fingers than I know what to do with. So, 2, 3, 4, 5. I needed you. Right. There. Let's do the knots on the 4 new ones that I didn't do the knots on. Getting a bit better at it, for the most part, till it doesn't work. This one I need to unwind and rewind the bobbin because all of the threads are loose and baggy, and that will cause me issues later. So talk amongst yourselves while I do this, because I've basically got to undo most of the whole bobbin and rewind it back on, which takes a while. And I know I'm not doing it on camera. I'm not doing anything exciting. Ads, of course there are ads. It's going to be a long day, kitty kits. Getting that. Do a little bit because it's all baggy. Oh, got the yawns. Excuse me. Oh, you came off, you arsehole. Bit long, which of course is what I was trying to fix, but you kind of went a bit wonky. There you go. Need it short, of course. Of course you are. You're a you. Have a drink. And you should be back. Yay. Yay! Welcome back. Did you manage to get in your van? Oh, this knot's come off. You piece of shit. Far too long. Knee. The problem when I'm doing lace making is I tend to, it's going to sound really weird, I tend to sit like I'm sitting on a school chair. So I have my knees at like 90 degrees. So my feet are flat on the floor, my knees are at 90 degrees and I'm on the edge of my seat. Rather than normally, where I'm a bit further back on the couch, A, I'm slouching, and B, my legs are straighter. So they're kind of going, blood, we need more blood. We're not used to this lack of blood. But you're still getting a full supply. Yeah, but it doesn't feel like it should. No, we need more blood. And so they it gets a bit annoyed that I have not got enough blood going down to my feet, even though my feet are cold and I can't feed them. Don't really know what its big problem is, because as I say, if I can't feel them, it shouldn't matter, should it? Right, let's do these knots before I forget. Miss, fell off, you piece of poo. Naughty bobbin. Stop being awkward. Just wrap. Stop it. You're worse than the dogs. There you go. It's a bit long, but we'll sort that in a sec. Let's do you next. So you go round and around again and tighten up, and then we make you shorter. And you've come off, you piece of shit. Come on, get back around the middle. Get back around the middle. Thank you very much. Hold you on there for a sec. There you go. Right. It's a bit longer than I want. Right. Do making you slightly longer. And you. There you go. Right. You now needs to be twisted that way. Pin. One horrible moment, it looked like it was kind of wrong. It wouldn't dare be wrong. Not again. Come on. It's you I want, not you. Thank you. Get back over that. get to have your new knot first. You need to get a new knot. Definitely getting better at the going round the second time. Twist. Do the bobbin thing. I may have to do a detour at some point. Probably when we get to the end of this square. Although I need to do it before the end of the square because we were going to practice that new potential joining idea. I've read about different ways of doing the pins so that you get a smoother edge on the cloth stitch section. Now, to be honest, it's probably too late to be considering doing it for, this is the second square after all. If I was going to do that, I should have made that decision on the very first triangle that we abandoned and trialed it on that. Because it would be noticeable if it was suddenly smoother rather than lumpy. And where's my back scratcher thing gone? Where's my... I need to scratch. I have a colossal itch that I need to scratch. Wherefore art thou, scratchiness? Why do I not see scratchiness? Put you over there for a minute. So you're out the way. There it is. I see scratchiness. There it is. This scratchy thing really is godsend. Oh. You can probably hear it. Itch. Oh, that's a good thing. There it is. That's better. I feel less itchy now. That is a good thing. Right. Because I don't live with someone, I can't ask them if I have a rash on my back or not. But for months now, I've had an itchy back, so I bought a back scratcher. It seemed like a good answer, and well, it really does work nicely. You give it a good scratch, and it's not just a scratch, it is a really good scratch. The only thing I will say to you is if you buy a back scratcher, don't just scratch the bit that itches, because the moment you scratch that bit, another bit will go, actually, I wouldn't mind a bit of that. Scratch the whole thing. Always scratch the whole thing. Unless medically you should not be scratching, in which case avoid scratching. Jesus, scratching. I have nothing that I can't scratch. I'm allowed. I just tend to be a little bit enthusiastic in my scratching. Maybe I take after Rory, or Rory takes after me, one or the other. Speaking of it, where did he go? Why do I not have dog? When did they slink off? One moment. the little one. Oh, that's Brubs. Okay. Will you sleep, Tim? Were you sleeping? I don't believe you. No. It's more accurate as to what were you eating that I will find later. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, I apologise for that. It's like small children at the moment, there's silence. It is more disturbing than the noise. Although, my new Kindle charger has arrived that the dogs destroyed because they demolished my bedside cabinet and completely obliterated the cable. Exactly. This is the problem with itches. It's like you've got to have a quota of itches constantly, and whichever one, and there are places where you must not scratch them without being in private, but for the most part I tend to find my itches are my arms and my back and occasionally my face. It's not that I don't get them anywhere else, but predominantly that my back is the kind of key spot, because of course scratching your own back in certain places is a lot harder than it should be, because there's kind of like a dead spot in kind of certain areas where you can't really reach it, and even when you do, you're contortioning this, that and the other, and it's not very accurate, and the back scratcher thing is a godsend, because, well, it's metal and it's a rake. I think I've showed you it before. It is a rake, right? This thing, here's scale, here's my hand. This thing is glorious, and it's on Amazon. It's about £6, and it's got a telescopic handle. Look, so for example, it's got a long telescopic handle that goes a really long way, so you can get anything with it. And I've got a couple in case I can't find one, because sometimes that itch has just got to go, you know. It needs to move on. I'm glad it's not just me who does that. I'm glad it's not just me who finds the you know, has an itch, and then 2 seconds later it's somewhere else, and it's like, but I just got rid of my itches. I had 1 second of itch-free life. Yeah. Itching is a form of torture, and they're right. If you itch enough, I mean, there's kind of like the low-level it's like radiation. There's like this low-level background itching that you get, and then if you've got a rash or something irritating your skin, like you've got a prickly wool jumper, or then you kind of go into overdrive, and at that point the universe just needs to go do one, because you're going to go insane really quickly. And as a child, I think I collected rashes as a child. I must have had every rash going, right? I even invented some. At one point it looked like I had ringworm. I didn't, because they tested me. But I had like the ringworm look. So I would get a spot on my arm that was kind of a circle with like the angry red bit on the outside, and it would itch like mercy. And so you scratch the living out of it, and then it would go away and appear somewhere else. And I had the purple dots. Oh, they were fun. So the purple dot rash was quite a laugh, on the simple grounds that, a bit like this little red pimply thing here on my arm, I have no idea what that is. It was a bit bigger than that, and they were a bit more purple than that. But if you had rubbed your arm against something, so for example, you'd walked along with your hands in your coat pocket, and your arm had been rubbing against the pocket, you'd get a purple dot. But the purple dots itched like nothing else. But they didn't itch until they appeared. But they only appeared once you had, like, given it contact. So it was kind of catch-22. So you'd scratch this one, scratch, but because you didn't only do the millimetre of the dot, well, 2 or 3 more would appear around it. And well, of course, then they itch, so you scratch those, and then there's, and yeah. I remember that day well. I remember that day so well. I used to be a bell ringer, and my parents had sent me along because I wasn't contagious, so they sent me along for something to do and get me out of the house. And I had to have someone stand behind me and slap me every time I scratched. The only problem is when you're moving your arms up and down, your arms are rubbing against your torso and making all the spots and making them itch. So there you are, squirming away because your arms are itching, and you know, you're kind of, it's not looking quick, scratch, 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 scratch. But of course the purple dots gave you away. Where did those dots come from? Nah. I don't think I've ever had ringworm. Other than that one potential time when it looked like I had it, but I don't think, you know, they tested me and said I didn't. But it was a very close, good impression of it. I started an epidemic of hands, foot and mouth in my school. Well, no one knows how I did it though. At the time, hands, foot and mouth was only was an epidemic in Scotland. We were in London. I'm 52. I've still not made it into Scotland yet. And I didn't know anyone at the time who'd been, so we don't know where I got it from. But I took it to school and gave it to loads of people who sat near me, and yeah, I was really popular because we all got a week off school, but didn't actually feel that ill because hands, foot and mouth, for those who are not overly aware, is you get ulcers in your mouth, which is unpleasant, let's truly be honest. But it's, you know, you can still do things. You get blisters on your hands and feet, and in my case, and bottom, and that's it. But they're not painful blisters. It's not like when you've had ill-fitting shoes blisters where your feet really hurt. They're like dryish blisters, so you get blisters, but they don't hurt blisters, and when they pop, they don't hurt blisters. So you're really contagious, but you feel great. But you got a free week off school. Hurrah! I didn't really have any major diseases at school other than that. I never got chicken pox. I did get glandular fever later, but that was later. 1, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't feel right. Let's work this back a second. Hang on. So you should be going. Where's the last one? Just right. It's basically the... No, definitely not. It is the human variation of foot and mouth that cows get. So all the great foot and mouth crap that we went through a good few years ago now, where, hey, you can't possibly drive, all these cows have got a foot and mouth and you must do the hokey cokey, and yeah, basically it's exactly the same shit for humans. Fair enough. It's really quite, I mean, of all the things to get, it's quite harmless. It doesn't really do you any harm. There's no long-term side effects. It's not like measles where you can end up blind or whatever. It's, you know, it's you just have a few blisters and a few ulcers and kind of go, yeah, whatever. And I think we only found out because I went, Mum, why have I got hands full of blisters? And she went, oh my God. And everyone was rushed. You know, they went and checked everyone, and there was a few more of us, and it was kind of like, okay, Typhoid Mary. Yeah. You get to go home. Do I? Okay, great. I don't see a problem with that. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I discover it's got some really long-term hideous side effect that I never knew about, because I can't say I've read about it. Well, I was patient zero, so, you know, it's a good analogy. I seriously started the epidemic in my school. I don't think the teachers were too pleased with me, but I know many of the kids were. Because it was in the summer as well. It's not like it was in the middle of winter when it was bloody depressing anyway. No. This was summertime. This was go out and do stuff time. And of course, because while we were highly contagious, your family couldn't really get away from you. So your family, back in the day, obviously most of us had mothers at home. So my mother took me on walks. We went round all the local woods. I remember seeing a stoat for the first time. And yeah, I had a great week. I was well chuffed with it. It's almost like who do I need to see about getting round to? Hello, has anyone made any alterations to it that I can have back, please? Because you know how you do when you're at work. Someone takes a cold to work. They give it to a bunch of people, who give it to a bunch of people, and then the first person gets sick again because, well, we've mixed it with our own variations and we've now made you a new version. Look, see, here it is. We've given it you back. So the cold takes like 6 years to pass through the office because we all variant it, and depends on what your children you've got as well. And of course, it usually comes from someone who had a kid who got it from school. And so then it goes around all the schools again, and everyone else who didn't get it has now got it. I loved it. It's one of the things I don't miss about being at work. Since I've worked from home, I've been sick, properly sick, once. And to be honest, all that was wrong with me was my voice. I mean, I had a really sore throat, but I didn't feel too bad. But I made Barry White sound like a soprano, and oh, it broke my heart. It really did. It was when our American overlords came to see us. Well, I really shouldn't come and give you it. What a shame. And I genuinely was sick as a parrot about 1 week. What a shame. By the way, can I be sick? Because I think it's next week. The week commencing the 18th. Can I be really sick then, please, world? If you want to give me germs, now's your chance. I need to be sick for the week commencing the 18th. I mean, like, bedridden, not allowed to leave the house, sick. Christ, give me COVID. I'll take it, right? If that's what you've got, I'll take it. Although COVID would probably kill me. So, maybe not COVID, but it is that kind of moment of, if you're going to make me ill, bring it on now. You've got a week. I must be sick by Monday the 18th. That would be funny, that would. I'd love. Yeah. Well, here's a good one for you. Because obviously I'm female. Try and picture Barry White with the Munchkin lady from Poltergeist's voice. That real squeaky, Carol Ann kind of voice, right? That would be really funny. It's a bit like if you've seen Pirates of the Caribbean. It's not Stranger Tides, or is it Stranger Tides? When they all vote to go to war, and it's like Sissambaji votes for Sissambaji, and now we go to war. It's kind of one of those moments, really. That'd be funny. And my voice never goes up when it never goes down. I also get deafer when I'm ill, which doesn't help. It's definitely not something we need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll need you in a minute, actually, so let's not get rid of you. So, no. Oh no. Oh, for the love of... How? How was that wrong? How have I just done all of that wrong? I really thought... supposed to go in and come out. I hate to do this to myself, but I'm going to fudge it. I'm going to fudge it because the world is too... I am not prepared to go back and do that because I'll fudge up something else. And what I can do is put this through the hole. And pull this out. Like this. Like that. Put you through there. Like that. And then... you've got caught around something. Don't pull that pin out or get tangled around there. Oh, don't. You can come through there. You now. Come out of there. You come through there. There. Now we all pretend that I didn't do that, right? Minor hate to myself for cheating, but if I undo all of that, I'm going to fuck something else up, so let's not pretend that that's not going to be a truth. So, and not with the right arm going, so, as it only goes in at that bobbin and that pin and straight out again, it's close enough. Won't be particularly noticeable. So, now we have things in all the right pins. That makes more sense. And we pretend that I didn't do that. We need new bobbins. Put this away. Yet. Do the knots. We will never mention that I cheated again. So, you were crossed, that's a good thing. Now we need to do, you need to be crossed, you need to do the thing. Sounds like a little purring cat behind me. It's a little brown dog. So Seriously, how in 2 hours have we only achieved 2 lots of cloth stitch? I guess all the re-knotting doesn't help. It's not like that's not taking up some time. Can I do it from this side without cocking it up? I think the answer to that is no. No. I have to think about it to do it from the other side. Seriously short on this one. So, are you actually the pair I want? No, I don't need you yet. Done all of that and it wasn't even the bobbin I needed. I need this one, which is all baggy and crappy. So now I'm going to have to do this one. And this one's really baggy and crappy. So, whereas the last one was only a bit baggy and crappy, this one's really baggy and crappy. So, let's sort this one out. She's awake again. Off to go and bark at something in the garden. Oh, she's off at Bailey again. Bailey! 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 Yeah, you go and bark at her. You have my permission to bark at her. Christ, if you can get through the fence, go and buy her. Yeah, she is. Bailey! Bailey! Get off your fat ass woman and go and get your stupid little white slipper dog. Yeah, you tell her. You tell her. Lady who lives near here. Well, she lives out the back, but she lives near here. Has a little white slipper dog called Bailey. And either Bailey gets out, she lets Bailey off, whatever. Anyway, Bailey is off the lead, and she wants Bailey to come back. And she just stands where she is and goes, Bailey, 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 Bailey. And the dog doesn't even twitch, right? And Sprinkle, if your dog does not show any response whatsoever, you are wasting your breath. Go and get the dog before one of us takes it up with you in a violent manner. Because listening to you scream Bailey for half an hour is kind of not what we want to hear in life. We all moved here because we wanted the peace and quiet. She's still at it. And it's not even like Bailey's chasing anything. Bailey will be just mooching around, doing what dogs do, and completely ignoring her. Because she... What I need is a greyhound to, you know, that will chase this little white slipper thing and eat it. Father Christmas would like to get me a shotgun I can accidentally use. Probably on her, not the dog, obviously. Because because, you know, that'd be cruel to the dog. It's a good reason there's gun laws in this country. Because there are too many reasons why we want them. You. I think it's you. Yes, it's you. So, did you or not? Did you or not? Shorten it. That's too short, of course. Well, at least the weekend is here. In some form. Or rapidly approaching for most of you. That's right, blood going back to right foot. Amy, come on. It's a good girl. I know. You want to bite her, and that's fine. I really understand that. And should you get the opportunity, I will apologise on your behalf, but know that I won't mean it. Change your knots. I swear Amy's out there looking for an excuse to bark at them now. Nastiness. You undid one of the loops on my knot. You back. And now you're too long again. And you're getting more tangled. Just to prove a point. I need to pick you out. Oh, my back's beginning to hurt, and I'm so hoping to do a really long stream today. we shall see. Just before I go too far, I think I did check. It's across to side. It's fine. Because the crossings there are where I have historically failed on the turns, because it's easy for them to get uncrossed. Oh, she's still screaming for fucking Bailey. Hang on. There, Liz the Irritable has been voiced. Told her to stop screaming for it and go and get the wretched thing. Come knock on my door in a minute. What was all that about? I am sick of listening to you coming home and screaming for half an hour for your wretched slipper dog. If you want to fight love, do remember, I'm up for that. also wouldn't be surprised if my neighbours prop around and sort of kind of give me a round of applause, because I know I noise the crap out of them too. 1, 2, 3. Because she's also the lady with the barking dogs. She goes out all day leaving them barking for like 8-9 hours at a time. So she's not like, it's not like I've just insulted the most loved individual. I'm more likely to get Hero of the Year award, can I? She has stopped shouting for it though, so it clearly worked. Maybe she did just go and get it like I suggested. Either that or she's storming around here in the mood. One or the other. Oh, well, he can't hear. Then shouting for him's a waste of breath, and don't annoy us with it. I need that. Yoink. The bobbin to rewind. Excellent. Just what I wanted. As if I haven't done that enough already today. You just came off, didn't you? You're all loose. Why are you loose? Because you came off. I'm right. My spidey senses tingled. And again, Bobbin, you're testing my patience and making my back hurt. Where was I? Actually, a little short, but never mind. Oh, my back. Let's let my back sort itself out a second. Amy, that doesn't mean come and stand on me. Ow! Oh! I think this is part of the reason I get backaches, little one. Is because when I try and get comfortable, a dog appears and she lies on me. Yes, thank you for that. Did you realise how much harder it is to breathe with you lying on top of me? Yes, I do love you very much. I do. I do. You might actually need a new collar. How have you outgrown your collar after 4 years? Suddenly now it's it's looking tight. But it's not that tight. It's about right. Miss? Off your butt. Off your butt. It's a good girl. Oh. Dogs. Don't go out back and antagonise her. No. These bobbins are a little short, really, which is why those are a little short, because that's why they're all piled up there and quite so tight, because they're all a little short, really. Let's take you round and out the way. And of course you've come off. Let's make you all a little bit longer. Definitely is harder to lengthen these, which I suppose is part of the problem. this, your knots come off. Yep. Too easy. No! Did you not go out there and set a bad example? No! I said no. Not convinced there's enough twist on that. Go back and check. Was twist on that? Just come off because you're annoying. Welcome back, everybody. Ads are over. setting my neighbour's dog off as well, so the whole Bailey shit was, so as I said, I'm more likely to be heralded a hero than be told off for yelling. Yeah, the woman out back, she's probably a really nice lady, and it does feel like that. It really does feel like that. Liz is not in her tolerable mood. So certainly patience.exe has failed to start, you know. I think was possibly more accurate, but Amy needs to behave herself, and the lady who lives out back needs to do better with her dogs because she annoys the crap out of me and my neighbour. So I mean, you lot hear me shout at my dogs all the time, but they're indoors, and the door's shut. Whereas all we can hear of her is her outside, and it's more and more frequent as well. It's not like it's, you know, oh, it's a new puppy, it'll learn. No, Amy. See that, or she's still out there doing something, and I can't really hear it. I heard something then, don't know what it was. It wasn't a voice. Amy! See, I say Amy and she comes straight back. So she went. Isn't it, little one? You have to stand there for half an hour going, Bailey, Bailey, Bailey. You're wasting your breath. You good girl. You are. You probably deserve to be barked at. I'm not going to disagree with that. But you need to set example. Yes. We need to be good example of puppy dogs. Because then we can lord over stupid lady and her dog. Yes. We can't lord over stupid lady and her dog if you're misbehaving. No. No. Doesn't work like that. And we can't do it because it's all. If it must be alright if she does it. I mean, there is that. I mean, to be honest, there is a bit of that. If she doesn't mind, maybe I should go out there and shout, you know, something for half an hour for a laugh. Or just shout and rant. That would work, wouldn't it? Now, don't try and bite my face. No bitey face. How about I bite your nose? What? If you whack me in the head one more time with your ears, I may bite your nose anyway. Yes. Yes. Go on then. I mean, my dogs do get a bit excitable when Farm Giles takes his stuff down the back. And that's kind of okay. Because they're barking at something that will pass and they then shut up. But her dogs don't ever seem to shut up, and nor does she, so it does get a bit much. She also does shift work, so it can be at any time of night as well. So, you know, don't get me wrong, she's probably tired and irritable. That's great. But I'm also tired and irritable, so you want to fight? Let's see who wins that. I don't like your odds much. You haven't met me yet. I don't like your odds. She might have the weight advantage, but that's not a lot. Because being Thursday, it's bin day, so people have put their bins away, which is part of the reason my dogs are twitchy today. Because they hear people doing things. Oh my goodness. very dare they? It's getting a bit crowded. It does sometimes. Actually, it's getting crowded because I can ditch some bobbins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still a bit short. You're not so bad. Let's lengthen you a little. You are far too easy to undo, but you look like you've still got your second layer of. So I'll let you off. Let's stick you together. And stick you up there. That gives me a lot more space. There we go. Somewhere I've got a funny number of bobbins. Blood to foot. Blood to foot. That's a great and blessed thing. Oh. Amy, stop grumbling. Right. No. We do not grumble. I grumble, you put up with it. Amy, no. I don't care. I do not care. We will not make such a noise. You will stop mauling me. Yes. No. 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 What is wrong with you? Again, today. You seriously, it's not springtime. You can't have the beans. No. Dogs don't get beans in winter. Dogs get beans in spring. That's how it works. Yes. No. Ow, that's my nose. I know you love me. I do. Yes. You're very lovely. It'd be even lovelier if you were sleeping gently on the couch. With all that space. Look, there's even my cushion that you like to annoy. Why don't you go and play with my cushion that annoys the crap out of me? Yes. You could move it. You haven't moved it for at least 3 hours. What's wrong with you? Hmm? Okay. Apart from there's a lump on the back of your leg now, your leg's looking pretty good. Yes. Feed it. Quick look. Yeah, it's doing pretty well. Right. Sort of. So, more bobbins. These bobbins are good. We will need them imminently because that's the worker pair. So we will release these bobbins and shuffle them up here because we will need them in a minute. We want these and these. Make sure it's these. Bobbins. These bobbins. More time to get the cloth stitch wrong. That's what we're doing next. Getting the cloth stitch wrong. Right. 4. See if we can do a piece of cloth stitch without screwing it up. But the answer's no. Amy, no. Don't go outside and make trouble. No. No, I know. I know you want to go and be annoying. I know it's really tough not to, but you have to. Today I feel I personify, today is not the day, and I am not the one. It's definitely matches my mood of the day, I think. Considering I've been streaming 3 hours, I probably should get up and walk around a little bit. But I'm not going to, because, well, I'm not. Quickly do a bit of scrolling on the old computer, see what it says. Dear World, Ealing, London Borough of, is allegedly hiring near me. I really doubt that. I can't think of a less true statement. Have you ever noticed now that you can't, you watch something on Netflix and about 2 days later, oh, what did you think of that? You know, Netflix writes you, what did you think of that film you watched? Well, first of all, that was 2 days ago. Second, I told you what I thought. There's the little uppy downy arrows bit. Well, you have to wonder, don't you? There does seem to be this kind of wrong, you know? It's almost, the more wrong you are, the better you'll be heralded as great, you know? It is, it doesn't seem that truth is a sought-after quality, that's for sure. Definitely would agree with that. So I'm just having a look through the lace-making bits that are on offer, because you never know what's out there. And it's not like I have money to burn, but at the same time, if it was really cool, I would probably get. What bobbins is that? Yeah. No, it's got those bobbins. I don't like those bobbins. See, if you see a pillow for sale and you like the bobbins, depending on how much it is, it can be worth it to buy the pillow just for the bobbins, because you can always chuck the pillow, especially if it's one of the common cheap ones. So everyone seems to sell the spangled ones that I hate, probably because they hate them too. Bad when you can see the rust from a thumbnail. I should point out it was a spool holder. I've got a bobbin winder, but it's a little specific. It's not really designed for chunky bobbins. And there's another type that I am kind of tempted by, and this is that type, and the price on it is not bad. Checking it is a whole one and not a partial one somehow. I love it when my phone goes ping and then doesn't actually show me a notification, and you're like, excuse me, phone, what exactly were you feeling that I should be aware of? Ping, ping, ping. Ping, 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 ping. Doom scrolling means I get to slouch for a bit, which generally helps. Geese are out flying late tonight. We must have disturbed them. There are some geese who lived on the quote pond stroke, lake stroke, whatever the hell that thing is called. Huge puddle of water next door. And, I mean, she has to have a boat to get to the middle, okay? Admittedly, it's not much of a boat and it's not much of a journey, but you can't just hop. You do need a boat to get to the middle. So it is, I call that a lake. If you need a boat on it, in my opinion, it's no longer a pond, it's a lake. But, so she has, well, she hasn't got geese. The geese have got her. 1, 2, 3 and a half. Okay. So there are geese is the accurate option, right? Yeah, that's right. And, they're all wild. She hasn't bought them. She hasn't, got them clipped or anything. They're all just, turned up. And she used to have ducks there, but Mr. Fox ate them. I liked those ducks. They were really cool. They used to come see me. But especially in the summer or autumny kind of time when it's a bit warmer than this, they do laps. And it's almost like clockwork. And they do like a formation lap. They kind of do 2 laps and then go back and land again. And it's quite amusing. But I do like wildlife, which is why I like living here. But I like wildlife sounds, not some idiot shouting Bailey, Bailey, Bailey. So, because as I say, clearly Bailey is not interested. Now, where are you? You're back there, so you're next. Let's tidy some of you up then, because clearly I don't need all of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wrong stitch, idiot. There you go. Work with short bobbins, but need to work with short bobbins. You can come out of there. There's a stick. It's not. You could be the one after. I'm going to say something very British. I really can't believe it's this dark. It's only 5 o'clock. I feel I have a need to check. Oh, there's a dog. Oh, that's alright, the dogs are in there. I did. It'd be dark here. You have the wrong knot on you. It is! Hello, Tenchy Tench. It is all the bobbins. And all the bobbins have been getting different knots today, and for the most part, the different knot seems to be more successful in staying where I put it, but it's also harder to adjust the bobbins, and occasionally it still falls off because it's just wank. So it's not ideal, but it's potentially better, and you've just leapt off, haven't you? Yeah, you just basically, it's got 2 loops to it, so it gives it kind of like 2 chances before it actually fails, kind of thing, which does help, but only a bit. So yes, all the bobbins, Tench, all the bobbins. But it is Friday, and I'm thinking about what I should have for tea. Put a stick in these, because that's a thing. Party up there. Amy, no. We are setting an example. You are not called Bailey. You do not need to go out there and make or whatever her name is for that matter. And you do not need to go out and make a crap load of annoying noise. No. You can do that in here and get told off. For Trenchy's reference, woman out back spent 20 minutes going, Bailey! Bailey! So I told her to stop screaming for it and go and get the bloody thing. So, and she seems to have done that because, well, you know, in fairness, it did shut up, so that was a good thing. This is still stressed. Yes, I'm still stressed. So I am somewhat irritable. I'm still making more mistakes than is desirable. But on the flip side, it is the weekend. I have a sassy dog with an attitude issue and a personal space invader. Yes. You want to get on my phone? You get on my phone? Get on my phone. What? You had food. Do not be pretending you have not had food. I fed you. I know I did. Ow! I know I did. I also gave you a biscuit. So you are not starving, young lady. Plus, when I order the takeout, because it's takeout day, you will get some food. 1, 2, 3, 4. So don't be pretending that your world is full of death and doom. So I'm alright, Tenchy Tench. I'm on the less side of good, but I'm still okay. It is not too bad. So I was just looking at that because it looked a bit wonky, but I think it's just because that one's at the bottom of the pin and the others aren't, rather than it's wrong in per se. Yes, you see, if I do that, it looks fine. I'm trying to decide whether I split the stream, take a break, order some takeout, do some, do a few things, or do a longer stream, probably eat on the stream, and then kind of give up and do things, if you know what I mean. That's right, I'm undoing that because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here comes the bottom of the cloth stitch. You have come a long way. You should be the other end, if nothing else. I'm not convinced you're actually from here. Oh, you are. Oh no, you were right. You were just wrapped around a pin. Okay, bobbins. So yes, I don't know whether I should kind of do for this afternoon and go for another stream later, or keep going. What do you think, peoples? What do we think? Because I know you've only just got here, Tenchy Tench, so I kind of am in the mood to keep going, but I'm also hungry. And out of Coke. But I don't know what I want to eat. We all tend to be slightly creatures of habit, so we all have our favourite pizza, we all have our favourite burger place, all of those kind of things. And in the UK, we have a thing called Just Eat. It's a bit like Uber Eats, but, well, we have Uber Eats too, but not where I live. And Just Eat used to be part of Hungry House. Hungry House was better. Every time I type the word "the," it is YHE, and it's driving me insane. Let's have a look at the old Just Eat selection of food types. Because, like a lot of things, we have our favourites, but we also have ones that we really weren't impressed with. And I have 33 places I may get food from. But some of them, the delivery charge could make you cry. I mean, some of them aren't overly upfront about their delivery charge because, it says free delivery. Some have a minimum charge, and that's fine, that's pretty upfront. Others say free delivery, and then when you get in, it's only if you spend like £60, and you're like, I may be a guzzle chops, but even I can't eat £50 of this. Picture this. 5 minutes up the road, wants £7.50 to deliver your food. I'm not paying £7.50. That's like more than half my dinner. I'm not paying half again just for someone to deliver it. So I don't tend to order from them, not too surprisingly. Then there are ones listed who then refuse, and I actually had one company try and scam me, to be honest. I ordered from them because Just Eat is done with by postcode, and they say what areas they will deliver to, so clearly they marked me as in their delivery code, and I am like 2 miles from where they are. And when I ordered from them, they phoned me up and said it's got to be a minimum 25. You owe us another like £10 delivery, and it's like, what do you mean? Well, because it's 6 miles to you, and I went, it's 2 miles, if that. Depending on which way you go. If you go the long way, it's like 2. If you go directly, it's more like 1.5. Yeah, but it's a round trip. Right. There are other people in the world. You normally do, like, mass deliveries, pile them in your car and go and do a few. But you've said you deliver here. Oh, well, we don't really. Well, then update your stuff. And it still says they deliver here, so I have to remember to avoid them because it looks like they do nice food, actually. They did come on that occasion and, quote, waived the fee, but reminded me that it would be like, all you need to give us like a £20 tip. And it's like, no. I do have one particular lot that I like. Well, my favourite one is no longer available, which is a bit of a bugger. Very, very much a bit of a bugger. Because I really liked their stuff, and they were more than happy to come. They never seemed to be a problem. But I'm just checking, because where I live can class as 2 different places, even though it's the same postcode. And if I write one place, I do get slightly different options than the other. So I'm just checking, just in case they've appeared back on the list. Really? There's a pudding place? It's not taking orders yet, but why have they got loads of sweeties on the front? Seems to be mainly waffles. I mean, it's the same place. I mean, it's still the same postcode. Both are technically valid. But my favourite burgers no longer come here, which is a bit annoying. So I've got like a second favourite burgers, but their burgers are a very limited burger. So I tend to order a nacho cheese thing from them. And there's only so many times you can order this. Order a chicken burger and some nacho cheese things. It really is. I'm kind of not in the mood for it today. I mean, I'd eat it, but let's see what else we've got. I don't fancy paying that much for a pizza. Everything's about piri piri chicken. Go shove your piri piri chicken. That's the lot. Free delivery available. Yeah, that's the lot I need to avoid because they don't come. So there's no minimum order, free delivery available, but A, they don't come here. And it's yeah, this is the lot. It's free when you spend over £60. So it's not exactly. I mean, it does say from free, but they don't mention minimum prices. But basically, you've got to spend a shed load before you feel it's worth it. They're not as good as they used to be. They changed hands, and it's just not the same. Cheeks be fire and not spending £7.50 on you, my friend. There's no food on that plate. I mean, the other thing is, of course, is all the pictures are stock pictures rather than actual pictures. So half of them have got the same picture, which doesn't help. Gonna have to be nacho cheese again, I think. Don't really want to do nacho cheese. I do like it, but there's a Cornish pasty shop online, and they do really nice Cornish pasties. Now, most Cornish pasties you buy from the store are like 50% pastry, 40% air, with a tiny smear of food that appears kind of briefly in it, but you could be easily mistaken, right? These people make actual Cornish pasties. These things are hefty. They weigh. If you hit someone with one, you do damage, right? And they've they announced a Christmas kind of Cornish pasty, and then their website had a hiccup. So good news, we've sorted our website, and as a little thank you for sticking with us, please use the sorry for 15% off. I like this lot. They do make really good pasties though, and of course it's their pasties that make the lid of my favourite lace making cushion. So you know, it must be soon. I must get some more pasties soon. Yes we will. I'm going to go and get me. It is very much a win-win. They're really nice pasties because I'm not really a pastry fan. Pastry doesn't sit quite right in my stomach, but the amount of pastry in a Cornish pasty, and of course it's proper short crust pastry, not puff pastry as in most kind of pasties that you buy, is just a much better thing, and I really do like them. So I'm going to do a quick be right back thing. I'll wait 3 minutes because then it'll coincide. Well, I'll wait just over 3 minutes because it'll coincide with the ads. I'll go and get some more Coke and have a pee because, well, the Coke's got to come out sometime, and the order won't be here for a bit, so usually like 20-30 minutes. So, and then I can munch at you a bit while and do a bit more and talk to you all, and then we'll do a bit more stream. Yes, and I might feed the dog because I'm really sure I've already fed them today. And you've had snacks. Yes, you're not deprived. They only get one meal a day as a general rule. Occasionally it's 2 smaller ones, but depends what we're doing. You are being very expectant, tippy tappy feety feet. Yes. What is wrong with you, madam? So, and you will get some chips. You will get chips because I'm nice. Well, I'm not that nice, but I am nice enough to let you have chips. Yes. Yes. You know this. It's Friday. Yes. We've done this every week. Yes. So, you know, we there's method in our madness. So, 2 minutes to go. I will take a brief thing to restock and to sort myself out. You should do the same, and then I'll obviously kind of sit and talk to you a bit while I munch my food. By the way, I don't take long to eat my dinner, and then the dogs can eat a few chips, and I can do some more lacy things, and we'll try and keep going till kind of 8:30, and then kind of call it quits, and then I shall watch other people do things and upload videos and generally kind of mooch. I think that sounds like a good plan. So I could be doing a couple of stitches, I'm aware of that, but then if I walk away and I leave and you know, have to go and do things and the dog's not my cushion, I will not be happy. So that's why I'm not. Everything is currently all tied together and sorted. Do not. I think Farm Giles is doing something. I know. I can hear, you know. I am not deaf. Stop rattling your ears. Puppies. Sassy. Stop eating my post letterbox. I need to spray that again, don't I? I will do that too. I'll spray it. I've got some anti-chew bitter shit. She hates it, but it does stop her chewing the letterbox. You're no better. You eat the stuff that comes through the letterbox. So don't pretend you're any better, Rory. No. Right, ad start in 5 seconds, so I'm going to go now and do a few things, and I will be right back. I'm back. I have fresh drink and everything else, and I've sprayed the letterbox. I've had a pee. Food's on order. We will keep an eye on what it says. Business. So we have Paul's bobbins. You need twisting. 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 You can go there. You need twisting. You need twisting. Well, basically they all should have needed twisting, but they all did need twisting, so that's a good thing. Poke you up there a bit more, separate you out a bit. We don't need you, we need you, and we'll do the thing, and then we do the other thing. Oops. And then we do the stitch. Stitch-de-stitch. She's going to be annoying because the porch light is on, but there's nobody there, love. There is no one there, Amy. Shut up. No, there isn't. I put it on for when they do come. They do. They hear all sorts of imaginary things. And hence I often think it's ants farting in Nova Scotia. It's, you know, they're convinced they've heard something, so maybe you did. But it was not an imminent threat. Neither you, me, or the dog food is in danger. So, can we not, you know, can we not be that annoying? And the answer is, of course, is no, we must be that annoying. It is in our fur. So, yes. Pesky dogs. But as you say, they do seem to hear imaginary stuff. As I said, Farmer Giles is doing his thing outside. And so that's fine. You know, you're allowed to be a bit excited because man's moving tractor equipment around. But, you know, just because the porch light is on does not mean that, like, you know, there are hordes of bad people trying to get through the door. It means we're expecting a nice man who will bring food. And we like people who bring food. For they bring food. Nice food that I want to eat. And that I will be eating imminently when it arrives. must not be the next set of bobbins then. You must be the next set of bobbins. I don't think you are. You're not. You're not the next set of bobbins. You are the next set of bobbins. We seem to have a bit of a tangle fest going on here. And none of these seem to be the right bobbins. So we need to work out. You are the right bobbins. There's just pin shenanigans somewhere in the middle. I think that's the true crux of it all. Is that there's pin shenanigans. There's lots of pin shenanigans going on. Actually. And you are. One of you is caught really annoyingly. It looks like somehow you have mated with bobbins beyond your reach, and I do not understand this. Are you not meant to be with the other choice? You are meant to be here, but you just working things. No. Let's undo that. There we go. That's a bit better, but still, you are right, we'll be back there. Stick poking. Oh, shut up, Amy, I'm concentrating. There. Now it really looks a bit better. Now there's still a bit of shenanigans because, well, you and you two have got. You need to go back over here somewhere. And I've now got the coughs for no good reason. Just drink a drink. I'm not convinced you haven't had 2 meals already today, dogs. Do not begin asking for a third. I don't think there's anyone there. Let's put you on here, and then you round here, and then you round here. You now get to move around a bit more. And out the way. Yay. Right. Rory, she's making it up. It's fine. Go up at the letterbox, I dare you. Some headlights. That could be there. No, it's neighbour coming home. Sorry, there's nobody there. If you're wondering why I don't tell her that, it's because it won't make any difference. But he's more likely to stop. She's not. This is falling off the hook. So let's redo this one. shuffle. Thinking. Can you all stay in there for a minute? And I don't think you are part of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. You now get to go round the corner, but you've not really long enough to go. You now get to go a bit more out the way. Not enough out the way. Because you kind of can live up there. There you go. That gives a lot more room. Yeah, that's better. And then you and you. I don't see anyone. Admittedly, I thought I heard someone too, but there was no cars. So unless they drove all the way down here with no headlights on, there's no car, okay? So I will agree I heard something, but it's not something to worry about. I mean, occasionally they park and walk miles. Well, I won't say miles, but, you know, they park not even in our road and then walk down here, and it's kind of like, why? There's nobody there, children. Shut up. Every week. How can you not know? There's nothing to be excited about. See, Rory's polite. Rory's sitting on the floor, being a good boy. You, on the other hand, are trampling making bruises on my leg. Yes. Yes. Hot-headed boy. You are toasty warm dogs. Never known dogs to be as warm as you. There's nothing wrong with them, but they just, because they got really short fur, they're kind of toasty warm, and you touch them and they feel warm, and bits of them are toasty warm. Yes. Yes, you are. You's a toasty dog. You's good to have in winter, especially at night time. Yes. Huggies, that's what's good. Huggies are good. But I do get a little bit fed up with the licking sometimes. It's a bit much. Especially if it's my face. I don't mind, I'm not against dogs licking my face. Unless I know where they've just been. But beeps are my ex-husband's house losing power and getting the power back. Just so you know. See that, or is his internet craps out for a bit, one or the other. Round here it's usually power losses. Yeah, well, it's been a fair bit since you said it was on its way. $24. It's going to be freaking cold by the time it gets here at this rate then. Why do I feel like I've put away too many bobbins now? Even though I counted them. I did. But why is there one? looking for headlights. There are headlights. It stopped outside neighbour's house. It's probably for me, but we shall see. I will assume it's for me and that they're being dumb. I mean, this house has only been here 17 years. I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not on a map. Visiting neighbour? No, I think it's coming this way. There looks to be a torch coming this way. Let me cover this in case of dog. I don't know. Seems to be wandering around like an idiot now. No, I don't know what it's doing, Amy. It's probably going to ring me and go, which house are you? Well, the one with a number on it that matches the one on your order. There's only 3 to pick from. It's a really quick process of elimination. It seems to come my way and then it kind of wanders off again. Coming on my way again. It's really not that hard. There's a great big frigging hedge and then there's a big hole in the hedge where the car is, you know. No, it seems to have wandered off again. What is it doing? I'm sure this is my dinner. Well, I'm fairly sure this is my dinner. It's going to have walked more around my road than I think even I have. Which makes me even... There you go. Oh, which house is yours? Hang on. So yes, I am back. I'm eating. I apologise for eating at you. It's also cold. Amy, can you shut up now? Alexa, porch off. with a little less noise, please? It's not like you don't get any. Burger's a bit warmer. Not a lot, but a bit warmer. At least something about it's warm. Do like the burger. It's like a KFC Zinger burger, but made by somebody else. Amy, pacing like an expectant father does not get you to the chips any quicker. Especially when you trip over the dog bed that you put there 4 times. You bash the table 3 times. I will eat what I want to the chips, and you will get what's left. You know this. And they're pretty cold. And soggy. Lovely. Might be on a bit of a winner today, dog. I am hungry, but I'm not sure I'm this hungry. I'm not sure I really want cold, soggy chips. Cold, slightly raw soggy chips. Even better. Yeah, I am hungry, but I don't need any crispy ones. Any warm ones. No, I can't eat that. They're freaking not even cooked. And if you fight over them, I will fight you, dogs. They're only chips and they're not even cooked. No. You've had them. I'm looking for a photo to give Sen someone. Hang on. Oh no, I want to see it. pads. Well, I ate such that that was food. The burger was alright. It was colder, but it was at least burgery. The rest of it wasn't so hot. No, it wasn't hot at all. It was kind of cold, actually. Right, let's get on for part 2. So, free the bobbins. Have a drink, I think, first. I've been thinking, while I was munching, how I would be able to film me doing this. And I guess there is a way. Because I still tend to use this light. So, you know, if I put all my cloths down and maybe lowered this a little bit, I could zoom in on this, and because I don't tend to use a hoop, the needle's here, but I literally, I sit here and I go like this. But obviously I'm a bit closer usually, but I sit there kind of going, thanks for jogging me as I'm trying to find a hole, Rory. I'm trying to find the right hole. So I bring it up in this one, and then I go down in this one. And so, But you see, it's because it's off screen. I mean, if I move the camera down a bit, hang on. I go downy down, downy down. That's as far as it goes. But that's still off screen, and I can't really work with it there, so I'd have to move it a lot, which isn't too bad. I could move the whole thing towards me. But then, obviously, the pillow's kind of in the way. So I'm not sure I can share doing the cross stitch with you at this time, just because I don't really have an easy way of doing that. I haven't got the setup for that. It needs whole new angles, and I'd need to work on that, because I guess the only difference could be is that if I could move the light to the right of me and I sat at the end of the couch, it could kind of look over my shoulder sort of thing and zoom in on it. But because I tend to hold things so close to me, I mean, it's like 8 inches from my face. I tend to work without my glasses on, like 7 or 8 inches from my face. There really isn't room for a camera in that. Now, I know the answer is well, don't stick it on the end of your nose. But otherwise, it's kind of small and I can't really see it. So, catch-22, right? And now, of course, I'm cold. I know I've just eaten and should be warm now, but I'm cold now because the food was cold. And normally I would be warmer, but my hands are actually cold. Like, owl cold. Let me put them in my pockets a couple of seconds. Usually helps. See, I definitely don't think cross stitch on stream is going to be a thing just yet. Or if it is, I'm going to have to completely move the lace cushion thing out the way and find a way of giving you a backdrop that isn't a mess, because, well, I'm not renowned for tidiness, and underneath this cushion are basically all the cables for my computer and, you know, dogs scrambling and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So you want a kind of backdrop to it, but this is clearly not it. Yeah, not quite sure the best way to do that. One hand's feeling a bit warm, the other one's still a little bit bad. Let me go for a bit more bare skin technique. Stick it in my waistband. There we go. Well, that feels warmer. That will warm up a bit quicker. Yeah, I really don't know quite how to do that, because I need to be so close to it for me to do it. So that's not really kind of practical. I mean, if my GoPro did a decent resolution, you know, I've got like a chest mount, I've got a head mount, I've got every mount like known to God. So I would be able to do something with that. But 720, that's, well, a quarter of the resolution you're looking at now. And it's just kind of blurry and horrible. It really doesn't work. So, which is disappointing because, of course, it's a 4K camera. It's just not 4K when used as a webcam because, well, sucks. Much like my digital camera. My expensive digital camera that is a great camera, many megapixels, does great photos. Sucks as a webcam because it doesn't autofocus, it can't autofocus. The only thing that is kind of good is with the lens that I had on it, for the most part, if you did get it focused, because of course you'd focus it and then the instant you let go, it would tweak slightly and be out of focus again. But if you did get it right, it was kind of good for a whole range. So it wasn't too bad from that point of view. But at the same time, it's not much good if, you know, it had, you know, I had to manually zoom it, manually move it, manually manual. So it was not ideal. Definite good scope for improvement on that. And so hence I got this one, because it is 4K and Although I'm not streaming at 4K, that's because my dog crap internet won't let me. Well, probably would, but you'd miss half of it. So, I don't know. I don't think streaming 4K is going to be a thing for me until I get a better internet. And to get better internet, I need them to put in a better internet. Because even this uses most of my upload bandwidth, so... You know, if I shared a house with anyone, God help them all. You need to cross. You have some fluff on the string. There we go. One cross. You need to do the dance. Right. I kind of want more room, but there isn't any way to make more room. Just a little bit frustrating. Go away, Fluff. Amy's still hoping she can find a lost chip. There are no more chips, you ate them. Not that I envy you, because they won't cook. There is no more, dog. Has Dino's come in, has he? Okay. Oh. Did you bring Dino in? You did. I see him in the middle of the floor. Yes. Yes. Rory's rocking up the bed again. Yes. Ow. Amy. Oh, you're going to fall off. Oh, you aren't going to fall off. Mainly because I will make sure you fall off in a minute. Can you stop leaning on my knee like that? Thank you. Humph, says Rory. My music stopped playing. Why has my music stopped playing? Oh no, there it goes. Just had a long gap in it. Last row of these. What is that expectant face for? Yes. Your dog. Yes. Hello. There is no more food. And I'm still hungry because I wanted the chips. I fed them to you because they weren't cooked enough. And they were a bit cold. Well, more than a bit cold. Pretty damn cold, actually. I mean, let's face it, I didn't even have to wait to feed you them because they were too hot. No. They were really cold. Yes. They were kind of... almost, I've been in the fridge cold. Yeah. I know they weren't as nice as normal. That's why I gave them to you, because I didn't want them. But I thought you would prefer them. I mean, don't pretend you've got high food standards. You eat poo. Yes. Yes, you do. I'm aware of this. Yes. Your secrets are not safe with me. Right. I need one of those and... It is. It's not you at all, it's you two. Definitely is getting crowded round here. Let's see if I can move you round a bit and move you round a bit and move you round a bit and just get a little bit more space to do the thing here. Right. So, twist, cross, twist, cross. You're on the right ones. little weird. Yeah, you look a little weird. I haven't done the thing. No, I had done the thing. Something else is weird then. Because something is weird. Because you're cross, twist. And it feels like I didn't do you in the right order. Let me grab you, fall back a sec then, and undo you. Hang on. Something wonky at this point. Now you're good. You need crossing over, and you have too many. Yes. So you now do the cross twist. Then we do cross twist. Pin. Cross twist. And then we do. It's not you. You're four. You're four. So we do cross, twist, cross. Didn't need you at all. And then we do cross, twist, cross. Now we're in a position to do work with you for cross, twist. Or wasn't that more work than it needed to be? Right. 3, 4, 5. Stick. Right, that's you. Then we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stick you so that you're all safe. Like that. And we try and bring you down because you're just looking like you're dangerous there. Right. And we push you out the way, you up to keep you safe. I'm going to take a picture. And actually, before we go, we'll do one of my most favourite parts of lace making. Pull some pins. Now I need to make sure I have pushed all of the pins down here, down, because we need to make sure that they're all down, so that we don't accidentally pull them out. Yep. So that's them. And then we come stealing pins. ago for if I truly made some horrendous gaffes, but then this was a while ago, so hopefully not. Hope that I did not faux pas this far back, and if I did, that no one will notice. I keep trying to remind myself that even if I do get it wrong, it's really not that bad. No one's going to see it, so let's truly be honest. I could probably fudge it up quite a bit before it really mattered. As long as it's structurally sound kind of thing, it'll still do its job. So that looks like all of the ones there. And sticking my head in. Pretty reasonable. This bit here looks a little slightly wonky, but not wrong, just maybe slightly wrong tension. So for example, if I zoom in on it, oops, and hang on, let's centerise that and zoom it again, and then I can find my bit. So if I find a sticker pointing, I'm talking here. This little bit looks a little more wonky, but it's not wrong, it's just a hair different to its friends. Similarly, I'm not convinced there isn't something going on here. Did I miss a pin? No, I think the pin's just wonky and it makes it look... Amy! Makes it look a little bit more... No, it looks... See, like now I've moved the pen a little bit, it doesn't look anything like as wonky as it did 2 seconds ago. So, I don't know, it looks alright. She says, I missed the twist. Back here, just this line here, missed the twist. But to be honest, I've done worse. I have done worse. I know that's not the right attitude to an extent, but, you know, as we've said a couple of times, there are likely to be mistakes, for I am human. Well, at least I believe I'm human. And so, as that, you know, if we take that is a true, as a result of me being human, I am likely not to be perfect. In fact, I'm guaranteed not to be perfect. Now, it's not for lack of trying, and I wish for it to be perfect. I wish for it to be absolutely gorgeous. I wish for it to be everything everyone's little hearts have desired. And at the same time, I know it's not going to be. So, there is a sense of reality about me with these things. I seem to be missing a big pokey stick. Wonder what I did with that. Don't know. Never mind. So, yeah, I'm not expecting stuff worthy of the Queen. But it's just got to look pretty reasonable. It's not like it's on the decolletage and that, you know, people will be coming up and talking to you and looking at it, right? It's going to be on a window upstairs that no one other than me is really going to view. So, I want to do good. But if I only make 97% good, I'm kind of cool with that. As long as you don't look at it from across, you know, from the bedroom, which is obviously across the whole... My bedroom's on the other side of the landing to the window. So as long as I almost can't see it, you know, if in casual walking past it doesn't go, hello, I'm the mistake. I'm trying to embrace the fact that it is good enough. That yes, there will be tiny little nuances that could have been better. But to be honest, if you look really carefully at a lot of lace online, and you know, even hey, this is our pattern, and someone's done a lot of hard work to try and make the best, you know, incarnation of the pattern they could, there's still usually mistakes in it. Now, it might only be 1 or 2, and you might have to be, you know, kind of in the know to know what the mistake is. But there are some. I've seen them. So it makes me feel a little better that, well, they didn't manage it either. So from that point of view, I'm oh, there's my other pokey stick. I need to have another pokey stick. So I'm not expecting perfection. I'm striving for perfection, but I'm also not going to make myself insane trying to get there. I mean, obviously, yesterday we undid the same patch about 6 times, and it was getting a little bit much. But they were mistakes that were going to show. They were mistakes that would cry out to me across the landing. Not 2 threads not twisted together but running parallel right next to each other that you've got to be kind of 10 inches away before you'll even notice, right? That kind of error, I don't like them, but I will excuse them on the grounds of they're not going to scream at me for the rest of my existence. I mean, they will, because I can walk up to it at any one point in time and go, look, there, But if you've got to get that close, from a marginal distance and a reasonable distance, as long as it doesn't show, it's good enough. Now, that doesn't mean that I would leave it deliberately, but for example, like earlier when I cheated, that's not going to show. Because you go in at the pin, you go out the pin. Well, I still now go in at the pin and out the pin. I just do it marginally differently. It'll be fine. If it can show, though, and it's not horrendously far back, I will definitely fix it. If it shows and it's far back, I don't know what I'll do. We haven't really encountered me screwing up that badly. Usually I work out 90% through it, and it'll be like being on this last row that I've just done and realising that 2 rows, the second row in, I'd cocked something up. I would almost certainly go back and fix that, if I can. It is on a mistake by mistake basis, but for the most part, I want to fix them if I spot them. If I only notice them once the pins are out, it's too late. It's kind of made that way now. Because as we know, I leave the pins in quite a long time. And while the pins are in, I can go back really easily. It might be time consuming, and if you think of the work that I've done today, and it's taken me 5 hours, admittedly there were some breaks and I munched my food, and so even if you say it's 4 hours, be really stingy and say it was 4 hours, that's still 4 hours to undo. Potentially I would do it. I would hate myself, but I would potentially do it. But if I've unpinned it, I'm not trying to put pins back. I need. Now, if I truly fudge a square, I may have to make another one. And I'm also prepared to do that. By the way, my brain came up with another idea. Not wrong idea, but as we know, I've got to make 18 squares, right? It's 3 wide and 6 down. Well, what if I made half window ones and made them for the downstairs window in here, so that I may enjoy them more regularly? No brain. To be honest, I think if I was going to do that, I would probably want to do it in one piece and do one long wide strip like a scarf would be, and make that the net curtain. That's pretty wide to be doing it. I mean, obviously it's, they are basically rectangles, give or take a bit, because they're 43 by 97, and half of 97 is, well, let's say 98, which makes it, 49? So they're pretty much square, but marginally rectangular. So if I've got to do 3 across, why isn't it 9 down, for example? I suppose it is 6 down, but you've got to make like 6 to make the square. We expect it to be 9. I think that's the problem. Is you expect it to be 9 for half a window, but of course it kind of is, but it's kind of in the middle. So anyway, I need to stop thinking about it. I need to look at my picture. Yes, so you've got 2 lots of 3, so that is 6. Dipshit, not 9. For some reason my brain was thinking it should be 9, but obviously it would be 9 wide, for example, if I made 3 panel windows. Well, it wouldn't be 9 wide because I've got to make the kind of bit in the middle as well. So it'd be more like 10, 11 wide to do the bit in the middles, and 3 down. But something that size is quite big, because obviously you'd make it narrow side and then work all the way across the window. But yeah, I mean, it would be nice. It would be nice to have a little bit of a net curtain on the top here that, you know, detracts from, you know, helps scatter some of the brighter sunlight to, you know, to stop it kind of burning your retinas and spoiling your TV watching. And secondly, of course, it would be pretty. Yeah, let's not. Anyway, I think that's enough for today. As I say, it's been 5 and a bit hours. It's not like you haven't had your money's worth, sort of thing. It's been a quiet day today, and I've been in a bit of a funny mood, so I appreciate that. You know, I'm not necessarily being the most inviting person of the day. And maybe I put a few people off, to which I'm sorry. For those watching on YouTube, you know, I hope you're enjoying watching this on YouTube, because obviously you can skip ahead a bit and, you know, kind of cut out the crap bits. So I kind of hope you're enjoying them on YouTube. And for those of you who find that they've missed a bit, can always go and view the missing bits on YouTube. Obviously, if you're on YouTube, like and subscribe, because that doesn't cost you money. On Twitch, if you would care to follow, that would be appreciated. And, you know, if you come back, that would be nice too. It's been a good day. You know, we've successfully made a reasonable quantity of bit of lace. I will be back almost without a doubt tomorrow, because, well, it's tomorrow. And I will want to do some of this. How much of this? Well, that might be another question. But I'm trying to do some every day, and so I will stream every day. I'm going to upload this video now, do a bit more cross-stitch, watch some other people, watch a film or something. I don't know, I haven't decided. It depends who's doing what. And it will be tomorrow. And it will not be first thing tomorrow in UK time, because I don't do early mornings. Well, I do early mornings, but I certainly don't do anything interesting early mornings. I come downstairs and almost kind of curl up on the couch and watch TV and try and go back to sleep. So we will not be streaming first thing in the morning, but later in the morning, afternoon, evening, all of those are valid. We shall see what I get up to and when the need strikes me, because that's kind of how this works. And I will do as much as I can, because clearly that's how we need to do this. Otherwise, well, it's going to be years. And so, yes, I shall see you some point tomorrow. Bye-bye.